the consolidation of that monstrous candle, and then the faux show bro became that 443.14 area. And then once we broke above the Trump candle, and then they wanted to faux show you one more time just before the next breakout. So the market likes to shake you and fake you out. Faux show bro, faux show bro. And now we're so close to, obviously we're above the yearly VWAP already, right? And here's just factoring in the 9-month, right? So the target today was 484.29. We're here. We're here. We're queer. We don't want any more bears. So now if we consolidate above that prior break and this new break, so basically 2 days ago, the high from the 2 days ago, which was the 476 area, 476.50, right? And whatever happens today, for all we know, 476.50 is generational lows now. I don't think that's the part, but I don't think that part will hold. But the pivot point from yesterday is major, 462 and change, because the high watermark was 467.83, and then we had these two candles. So we came up with that average price was around, it was the 5-day VWAP at the time. The number's going to be altered, but yesterday's 5-day. So if you go back and check it, yeah, that's the 62.50 right there. So it was basically the 63.50 area, which is now your new generational lows. And like I said 3 weeks ago, if you want to buy the Qs right now for a swing trade, once they get back over 443.14, you use that as your out. And if you haven't noticed, the market just bounced 20%. We're up 20%. And this is why they say you can't time the market. Because if you just miss this moment, that's most of the year now. You just rallied 20%. I hope you guys all had the greatest day of your lives yesterday, because that might have been inevitably, or not inevitably, that might have been the #1 day of the year, because it was so important. And if you don't realize how important it was, they tried to throw recession at the market with the GDP number, right? And they couldn't do it, right? You held support, and you also faux show broed, right? So that faux show bro pattern confirms your bullishness. So now we've reconfirmed the up move 5 different times over the last 3 weeks. All that being said, look at this little grindy. I'm not looking to buy today. I have to look for a short, right? So it's going to be very short-lived, right? Because if you're wrong, you don't want to get in the way of this market ripping to 490 today. But right here, you see this little tight channel above the VWAP. If you're going to short, it's probably going to be soon. Right? Before the market even opens up. But you're not staying short over the week. You're not staying short overnight. You're not staying short into Amazon and Apple numbers, right? So the fade, here's your Microsoft. So if you're looking to short Microsoft, basically Microsoft, Meta, and they're all probably going to be doing the same thing. Think about it. Remember, what's the fade, right? The fade is people who already bought, right? So look where Microsoft was, 345, and then it tested 355. There's buyers in here, right? So the brave souls that held, here's your 10 days, right? So if you bought Microsoft, 370, 380, 400, and you're walking into the seat of stock at $430, you're going to want to take something off the table, right? And that's what the fade's all about. But you can't assume that it's going to give it back. because the market's in super, super bull mode. So if you're going to play these fades, right, you get your targets from where the pivot is. Here's your last pivot. Maybe you get here, which is a pretty decent trade. It's 4 points. And the high, if you haven't noticed, is already in 32.50, right? Half numbers and whole numbers. Half numbers and whole numbers. 430 gets you 432.50. Back to the 430. 430 breaks. VWAP breaks. You're probably going to 427.50. So if you're going to get in the way of this freight train, make sure you're doing it, at the most optimum time, which is right this second. If we're going to sell off today, it's happening right this second. But now, if you're short in Microsoft, 427, what is it, 429.80, these pivots or those candle moments where they didn't break, those are your outs. And the only thing is, again, these are the high risk trades now. Getting in the way of a bull market is it's a bad idea, right? So it's a difficult market to want to get crazy long today. But at the same time, remember, the shorts are out there begging for the market to pull back. And the buy on dippers who didn't buy the dip are begging for the market to pull back. So I'm like, I don't want to play the fade. I will see now if we held VWAP, right, and we rally and we don't rally back above this level, and then we roll, then you get a little head of steam, and maybe you'll get your 2 points. But I'm telling you, you better be cautious shorting this market. Obviously in 5-minute increments, you can do anything. But remember, we're so back that if you remember way back, before this crash, right? What was the rule of shorting? You maybe get 7 minutes. I remember the days where we just grinded up every day for 18 months, 2 years, right? Never went down. You found opportunities to short something, but that opportunity was usually in 7-minute increments. I think that's where we're at right now. And if then again, here's the game changer. If UVXY wakes up and, oh my God, I hope you guys shorted the shit out of this thing yesterday. If UVXY is above 30 today, it's a little bit of a game changer. But make sure if you're playing fades of gapped up stocks, you take that money quick. I don't see any full-blown reversals happening today. And again, that's just my commentary. Obviously, Microsoft rolls here, breaks the VWAP, and then tests it from underneath and rolls again. Obviously the short's working, right? But I would not feel comfortable. You better be completely familiar with what you're doing as a shorter right now. And this also could be a day where we just chill. I mean, that's why you have to crush yesterday. You have to kill it on days like yesterday. Because today, you might get one of those days where it's so choppy that you don't make any money. I'm telling you, I'm not really optimistic about today's action. Because I want to short, and I'm literally afraid to short right now. But, again, I was afraid to short the Tesla that day, and it wound up going down 7 points. So, it's all about the charts. Qualcomm's already on the VWAP. Here's your Qs, right? So if you are going to short, a lot of these stocks are doing what you want them to do, right now. They're rolling over a little bit through the VWAP, but be ready to get the hell out. And by the way, Apple's going to have a good number, right? Right? You know it. But yesterday, just give me 2 more days like yesterday, and that could be the whole year. I mean, yesterday was insane. They faux show broed every stock. Every stock. All right, you seeing the fades right here, right? This is the moment of truth. So if you're short right now, just, you know, there's nothing you could do but wait to see if this next leg. You got a break here, which is nearby. Closest stops are right in the middle here, 84.50, and then the high of the day. And there you go. I don't know if that was a real candle or not, but that was excellent. Did that just happen? Oh, all right. Are you? No. Is that real? Wait, I'm looking right at it. It's not. Is it real? No, it's not real. Oh, wait, it is real. There you go. All right. If you happen to be short, like I said, now is the time. Know what the time is to do now? Take something off the table already. There you go. Right? So now you're down to this last pivot, right? Look, 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 right there. Boom. Cover. Oh, it's economic data. Perfect, right? Oh, yeah, I didn't even realize what time it was. Sorry, 8:30. There you go. So now take half of this money and say thanks. VWAP break, little jiggle and shuffle, spike down to the prior support. You got to do something right here. And now you say to yourself, oh my God, I can't believe I'm making money shorting a market that never goes down. Great. See that price, 484? That's the end of your trade. Don't let the Qs go back above 484 if you're short. If you're short the Microsoft, don't let it go back above the 430. Right? So let's go look. Watch. There's the Qs. Here's Microsoft. You know, you're hoping for that same exact type of move. Roll over, spike down, make some money. Here's Meta. And by the way, see that candle? I don't know what the hell that is, but I'm intrigued. Sometimes the market slips up and shows how it's pre-programmed. You can see where it hit. It hit the prior day VWAP. That's some bizarre shit right there. And there was a weird anomaly print right there. Look, you just matched the same print. That's kind of bizarre. And now you say to yourself, does that mean Meta might be dropping 40 points at the open? Maybe, maybe. But now I'm more interested in shorting it. So again, it's all the same charts. Look, pre-market lows are still hanging, except for this weird candle. You break VWAP, you break here, you'll see some profit taking. But look at the Qs, right? They threw some economic data. Bull markets don't give a shit about economic data. Look, it cared for, what are we in now? It carried for 1 minute, 2 minute. It's already over, Johnny, right? It's already over. That's why you cover. If you were short, you cover on the spike down, and now you're insane if you don't get out of the rest. Maybe you're getting 7 minutes, right? We're back. Bull market's back. You have 7 minutes to short, or you're going to die. So if you are short the Microsoft, make sure you take something off this. You know, you got your dollar. You know, it's working. Now, if it can't get over VWAP again, and you break down here, you start looking for new levels to the downside. But chances are, just like the Qs, you're done already. But that spike down now, you got to factor that in for the rest of the day. So if you break the knee-jerk reaction, you know we're going lower. So now we'll have a new battle at VWAP. It's testing it from underneath this time. And we'll see what happens next. But you just witnessed why I'm telling you, shorting is, you better be ready to take your money and run. By the way, everybody I spoke to about SRAD, everybody loves this company and loves the stock. I'm actually got to buy some more. It was awesome. Yeah, we did a little vignette about myself, which I always like talking about myself. And then we did a round table, which was awesome. We had everybody from different like time frames. My quant was there. Look at his face. My quant was there. My Mike. So it was me, Larry, Mike. I forgot her name. I think her name was Lisa. She does from Data Tech. I forgot the name of the website. She was really nice. Tom Bruni was the host. We just rapped about our time frames and what we liked. It was good. So when JC didn't win his category, I grabbed the mic like Kanye West and I made the acceptance speech anyway. It's, it's funny. All right, so listen, cues, right? Test from underneath, didn't stay above it. You covered here, you covered some more here. If you're still short the cues, the top of that candle now is the only thing you care about. So back above the VWAP, back above that attempt is your new area where you say, oh, I can't be short anymore. By the way, did Crossweave or Core, this company report earnings today? Because it seems to be up more so than usual. CRWV. I don't think I'm going to be able to break SRAD unless Kathy Wood buys it. Then we're in trouble. Yes. Yes, the Russian lady. No, I don't use any moving averages anymore. No, I'm just about price, candle highs, candle lows, VWAP, prior day VWAP, and once you get to meet solid hourly VWAPs, and more VWAP, more better. Yeah, I try to keep it clean. I got nothing on my chart except the blue line right here. Let me see where the first prior day VWAP. It's got to be. Oh my God, it's so far away because this monstrous move. I'd be really surprised if we're flirting with 471 today. That would be insane, but that would be awesome if we are. And listen, just because I've been super bullish, nothing would please me more to see this market give the whole thing back. Listen, let me repeat that. I'm bullish and I'm scared to be a shorter. But man, if the market allows us right now, it's saying, hey, you could still stay short. It's giving you permission. UVXY starts to tick up, 29.20, 29.50. And again, this is just typical day trading, right? You're just trying to make money right this moment. And if you shorted the VWAP break, covered some, you're halfway there. Obviously, you want some more out of the trade. Don't tell me that was a whole number. Oh, of course it was. You see what I'm saying, guys? It's just so blatantly rigged, right? Look, you're in the most volatile market ever, right? But when you look underneath the surface, we're going to very specific prices almost every day. Look what we just did. Economic data, VWAP break, the market's in flux, yet the Qs, an index that's consists of 100 of the greatest stocks on the planet. Yeah, it just hits 483 to the penny, and that's where you bounce. And then you go back to that blue line. That's where you find resistance. Yeah, yeah. It's all coincidental. And if you're going to try to stay short today, and again, if you're short the Microsoft and the Qs right now, just take something off the table, right? Take something off the trade, take some money, and then you could hold the next jiggle. By the way, it was so crazy how everybody was on this health kick. Brian, me, Phil, Howard, we're all commenting, hey man, you look good. Hey, you look good. Hey, you look good. I guess that's what happens when you get into your 50s and you realize, man, I probably should stop drinking and smoking so much. We're all on the same kick. Brian was looking good. So if you haven't seen my gift from Brian, the VWAP Messiah, we got to come up with a better nickname. The Overlord of VWAP, one of those. The Emperor was Zach. Which I got to go find. I don't know why Zach doesn't want to come anymore. I don't know what happened to Fatty either. Where'd these guys go? Brown Jesus has forsaken us. Oh, I have a new best friend also, Don Corleone from StockTwits too. He's into collectibles. Yeah, it's just a all-around awesome dude to talk to yesterday. Got to get him on the schmooze. What's up, players? You haven't seen what I was talking about. So, Brian, I guess you got to, if you won an award, you got a gift bag. I actually made it home. I was holding this like a child on the subway, wrapped in a T-shirt, and then I gave my extra T-shirt to a homeless fella. He was very thrilled. I was like, "Hey man, what's up?" He's like, "Yeah, can I get a T-shirt?" I'm like, "Yes, you can. Yes, you can have a T-shirt, homeless fella, because I'm that kind of guy right now. Would you like large or extra large?" I hope he's putting it to good use. Somewhere there's a homeless guy who went to the cash trade award. By the way, it's a really cool shirt. It's like one of these workout shirts. Oh, they had like 1,000. Nobody was even taking them. Cool hat too. Some good swag. But yeah, check it out. This is a bottle of tequila. Kenny in VWAP We Trust. Brian Shannon. All right, so let's think about what the wizard's doing, right? The wizard maniac bought the Qs, bought Microsoft, bought Meta because the wizard agreed with what I was saying, how all these stocks are probably just going to rip higher. So remember, people have bought into this move already. That's why, hopefully there's some more profit taking if you're short, right? So right now, that's basically the Qs and the Microsoft short are the same exact trade. You know, you need Microsoft to break right now under this half, and if you're short the Qs, they're coming for you. You see how it's normally if we were selling off, you'd be getting some more to the downside already. But one more test and a couple of fails, yeah, the profit takers should show up to the point where I mean, you're trading $400 stocks, you should be able to make more than $1, you know. UVXY is ticking up. I don't think Tesla's broken. I think if it dips again and holds again, the next leg up is going to be that 303. So some other names. If you are still short the Qs, you're 35 cents away. I mean, I guess I would give it the candle high, VWAP break back above that price, as more importantly, that 484.06. What else is going on? How's Eli Lilly doing? Eli Lilly's down 50 points. Well, that's a buy, right? There's your faux show, VWAP, right? You got the fake out, shakeout already happened. So now the next thing to happen is VWAP break, range break. So if you do trade Eli Lilly, you already had two reasons to buy. And now, if you were thinking about buying it, right here, at least it's limited risk. So if it consolidates here and breaks the VWAP, chances are that's what's going to happen because it's Eli Lilly. The stock basically is one of the top 20 stocks of all time. Keep an eye on that. If you trade $800 stocks, I'm probably not looking at it today. McDonald's, right? Chopping around, still below VWAP, down slightly. That's one inch. That's good enough to watch. Shake Shack. You guys like Shake Shack? Monster move on Shake Shack. Faux show, bro. 1 minute multi-day VWAP reversal happening on Shake Shack right there. Obviously happened. There it is. Fake out, shake out, VWAP, 1 minute multi-day VWAP reversal. You've got MasterCard. Not a lot of volume there. That's about it. I mean, how many stocks are you going to possibly look at all day? But if you are still short the Qs, it's still on. You just gotta, you gotta wait for what happens next. Right now, if you did short that first VWAP break, you held through the data release, you came back, didn't break back above it, still in there. That's your price. Double top VWAP break, double top break. You gotta get out. So listen, I hope there's some activity today. The last thing I want to see is a choppy inside consolidation bull market day. There's not much to do on those days. But if you are short the Qs, you're kind of like you're in limbo right now, just waiting to see what happens next. One of my old favorite stocks reported today. Wait a minute. They changed the symbol. What was that chemical company that goes hand in hand with the coal industry? It was ATI, right? Did they change the name of the company? Oh no, that's it. Yeah, ATI. Wow, the stock's in the 50s again. ATI reported. It's the only day to look at this stock. There's nobody's even trading it. SoFi, my dad owns it, so it's good. That's why I didn't want to short it the other day. Yeah, my dad owns it, so you're good for life. You own it. Hog reported also. That's, oh my God, one of the first stocks I ever bought. ITT Industries. I bet you don't know about ITT Industries. Want to see a nice chart? I don't know if it's still the same, but I bought the stock 30 years ago. I probably shouldn't have sold it. Want to see a nice chart? They're a water treatment company out of Long Island. Unless they change the symbol. I mean, some of these stocks aren't even the same companies. Pretty sure this is it. ITT Industries. Oh wait, this isn't the one. What company am I thinking of? Oh, that's the same stock. No, it is the same. No, there was a water treatment company. Maybe they moved their headquarters because it says White Plains. No, this isn't. This is probably it. One of my dad's friends worked there. This is it. ITT. Gotta be the same company. Maybe not. And what company am I thinking of? It's a water treatment stock out of Long Island. Maybe what am I thinking of? No, this is it. No, that has to be it. How can it be another ITT? That's gotta be it. How could it be another? No, it's the same exact chart. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, anyway. ITT. What stock was that? Yeah, Palantir. Yeah, like nothing changed. So, yeah. And now if it consolidates between the 80 and 120 again for a little bit, this thing's going 250. So this Q short, right? Man, they're keeping you in it. For a $400 stock, you're looking to make a little bit more than a dollar. Still, I guess, really hasn't budged. Oh God, how does this stock keep coming back to life? Would they do reverse split it again? This is a short. Inevitably, this thing goes back to zero every time it pops. But you see there, that's the fake out, shake out, faux show, VWAP break. Works on every stock. All right, if you're short the Qs, I don't know. What time is it? It's almost 9 o'clock. Hopefully something happens before the open. I would not, hold the short into the open. But at least in this case, your fate sits by your side. Can you short Zcar? Not shortable. How much it cost? Oh, it's not even. Well, if you were able to short it, there it goes. Anyway, these pump and dumps are just, these are garbage. But you see, even these pump and dumps, you miss the first pump, faux show, bro, you can make money. Just remember, inevitably, stock going to zero probably today. But if you are short the Qs, here's your chance to take something off the table if you didn't before, right? Now you're testing those lows, right? Don't blow it. But if you break the 483 this time, hopefully you get another 50 cents out of this, right? And that could be your day. There's the 82.50. And that is 81.86. So that's your pre-market lows. That's your two targets right now if you're short. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. All right. Maybe my butt will trigger the sell-off. Are you ready? You got to break that. If you break the double bottom, I mean, remember, you just might get another 50 cents out of it. You could sense this market right now doesn't really want to go down, but you're on the right side of the trade because VWAP's giving you permission. So now you got to break that 43. UVXY is going up, so you got a more probability of this happening right now. So you got to break it. Bang! There you go. Bang! Now you take something off the table if you haven't taken anything off the table yet. So now you're looking for 82.46, 82, this price right there, that's 48. So you should have a bid in, right? Assuming it's not going to work. Because you got to go back to the idea that, oh my God, I can't believe a short's actually working. All right, let me take some money. Remember, shorting is short-lived and you're going to die. So if you're making money on this fade right now, inevitably you're going to lose because this market doesn't want to go down. But right now you're fighting the world. But it worked. VWAP break, roll over, back to the whole number. Look, I mean, it's putting up a fight again. When it's this difficult, to trade, right? You could feel it, right? This market don't want to go down. I don't know what's going to happen at the open. You could have a 7 point candle straight down with some huge monstrous guy that bought the dip at, again, Charles Schwab out there. Remember they were joking around on TV? My buddy Charles Schwab made, 900 billion today. So they bought the Qs. Remember, they were buying the Qs at 390, 420 that day. So somebody out there who moves the market, not us, is sitting there with a huge position at 420, giggling his ass off. Might just want to, hit the exit button today, on this gap. So right now, try to milk it as much as you can. You're on the right side. UVXY is telling you should stay in the short. It's a tough trade, but you're on the right side. It's a grind. What else is new, right? It's a living. It's working, right? If you didn't take something off the table before, do it now. I would keep the stop now is VWAP. So your trailing stop now is the blue line. The wizard. So now you're just hoping the wizard starts taking profits, right? You need the wizard. By the way, anybody get a short off on Z-Car? That would have been sweet. Piece of garbage. I can't believe the stock's back up. But all right, let's address what's at hand right now. If you're playing this fade, you're still in it from, 825. At least you got something. Don't blow it. No, I mean, so when I say you're bidding in, you guys understand what I'm saying now, right? Your order should be in already. You should be bidding the stop. 82.51. Yeah, 82.51. 1 penny above the next whole number. So you're waiting for somebody to hit your bid. And if you did short the Z car, right? Just, again, you could any of these stocks. They're always it's the same trade on everything, right? Nobody caught the pop because it happens out of nowhere. Faux show, bro. VWAP break. You get paid on a long trade. You understand it's a pump and dump. This is the jiggle and the shuffle. Breaks the VWAP. You're a shorter. You use the prior highs as you're out. I mean, even stocks like Kids, right? What the hell's Kids? I don't know. Thing was on fire a couple of weeks ago. You could trade any of these stocks, right? There you go. There's your first pop, faux show bro, VWAP break, pre-market high break. You're gone. So now, what are you thinking? You want to buy the stock? Probably not, right? So inevitably, if it starts to form a upper channel, breaks down under the channel, VWAP retrace, next thing you know, breaks the VWAP, goes back to that price. And it's all the same, right? But right now, Qs, right, look like you were onto something, and it's just a very, very difficult trade, right? But at least it worked. Don't feel comfortable. Because what's that look like now? It could be a fake out, shake out, breakout. You don't want to be on the other side. You don't want to be on the other side of my best trade. Right? That's why you're covering on the way down. You're hoping for more, but you're not a delusional psychopathic short like I used to be, because you're never going to make money like that. You got to understand, shorting is short-lived, and you're going to die. And that's how you stay. Again, we're back. We're back to that mode already, right? So as the bear's mantra, oh, yeah, you haven't seen anything yet. Oh, the next shoe to drop. Oh, there's going to be a rug pull. Okay, okay. Let me know. Yesterday was the rug pull. Had that work out. Worked out as another moment to buy, right? So it's the same thing for 30 years. Right? So now the shorts, when you see it go back above where it broke down from, normally I'm out of the trade by now. If you're going to let this thing breathe, you let it breathe to the VWAP. That's as much as you let it go. See where it breaks back above where it broke down from? You already don't want to be in this trade, because the market, I hear, never goes down ever. All it does is trap people on the wrong side of it. Shorts have to chase the cover. Longs feel bad about not buying more. And my boy Gags, he was talking about demographics of the market. There's more people now than ever, younger than us. I'm 50. Everybody wants in. It's the greatest game. It's the greatest casino ever. And there's new investors born every day. The money flow is coming in from every angle. It's whether they hold it back, right? And then they eventually have to put it to use. And next thing you know, where'd all that negativity go? Right? It's gone. Poof. Just like the yen carry trade. Poof. Gone. And by the way, if we do have a recession, right? Who cares? What's a recession? 2 quarters of negative GDP, and doesn't affect anybody. It doesn't. Nobody cares. It's just a word that they can talk about on TV. None of this matters. And listen, I was in a debate about whether the prices of eggs have come down. Have they come down? One guy was telling me, what are you talking about? They're back to normal. I'm like, really? Are they? I don't even know. They're showing me a chart of egg prices and grocery prices that are all falling. Are they? I don't know. I don't know. I don't need eggs anymore, so I wouldn't even know. Hey, you see this QQQ trade, right? If the trade's this difficult to just grind a little bit out of it, you eventually got to say, hey, you know what? We're probably on the wrong side of this. I'm glad it worked. You know. Oh, spread for the day? Short? Or you want to do a put spread? I wouldn't play that game. Because then you got to be right about 2 different things. When to buy and where it's going to go exactly and where it's going to bounce. But you see, look, what's happening right now? Now you see why the faux show bro is so important? Fake out, shake out. So that's why I cover normally here, as my risk tolerance for shorting right now is at -3. I have no risk tolerance. I do not want, again, if you played the fade and it worked, you should be like, oh my God, I can't believe this worked. This market has trapped every bull. I mean, every bear is trapped right now, scrambling. And everybody who didn't buy the dip wants it back in, and they're regretting it, and they don't know what to do. So we went from being Oh my God, the market's going to crash because of the uncertainty. Now the uncertainty is, oh my God, when do I buy back in? Oh. And listen, that doesn't mean like if we break VWAP on the Qs, hit the high of the day, sorry, break the high of the day, go up $1, roll back over, that might be another opportunity for a scalpy short. But you got to remember, that's all you're here for. You gotta be real nimble if you're short in this market right now, because you don't want to go down. So right now, if you are in the short, right, and you covered some here and you covered some more here, you covered your last, again, I'll let it go back above that 82. Yeah, even this piece of garbage. Look at Zcar, right? You had a chance to make money on the short, and then back above VWAP, triggers the buyers, shorts have to cover. By the way, what they do, I mean, the only reason this stock ever goes up is that they do reverse splits. Did it do another reverse split? No, nothing. There it is. One for 20, but that was a month ago. Yeah, it's the only time the stock ever moves. The Z car. Garbage. Alright, so if anybody is still short the Qs, right? You know where you're getting out, right? What time is it? 15 minutes to the open. If you manage to not cover the rest, normally I'm out. I don't want to be on the other side. I probably would have got out of the rest here. But that's because I have zero risk tolerance for shorts right now. All right, speaking of shorts, here, Microsoft. If you were waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, right? If you missed that first one, they squoze you, and then you had little blow off top, back above there, roll over. Again, it's the same exact setup, but if this thing's going to go down, it has to break that level. Tesla being negative is a little eye-opening. Yeah, I thought you'd see the stock above 300. What happened yesterday? Did it not participate in the rally? Oh, shit. What happened to Tesla? I had no idea. Wow. By the way, look at the prior day VWAP, how much was going on there. You just faux showed basically on the whole thing right there. Oh, wow. So that's interesting, huh? Well, the easy answer is 278.50. Breaks there. You're gonna go back to that bottom of the range from yesterday. It's a lot of mess. Kids. KIDC. Yeah, look, even this garbage is hanging in there. Yeah, let me show you how to trade these weird stocks while I got you here. 9:17. What time is it? 9:17. So you see these numbers that are on the side. That's the amount of shares these people are willing to buy and sell, right? If this thing's gonna rip higher, usually they start stacking the offer. They see how they're stacking the offer? They're trying to pretend there's overhead supply. It usually is buyers. You see how they're throwing big numbers on the offers and they're getting bought? That's bullish, right? So now you break 259, you got a triple top break. And again, normally you're not risking 30 cents on a $2 stock, but if you see getting gobbled up the size on the offer, things going higher. So you're a buyer, right? You're a buyer. You're a buyer, right? See how they're getting gobbled up? So then when momentum shifts, right now you got momentum to the upside, obviously. But when they start stacking the bids, pretending that there's big, support, it's usually bullshit, and the stock starts to go back down. But right there, as it was going up, you want to see them trying to pretend that there was overhead supply, and you see time and sales getting bought. The buyers are here. And again, if you're buying this stock just now, again, remember you're not trading the Qs here. You're buying a couple of thousand shares, it rallies 20 cents. That's $400. Take your money. And if you guys are just joining me for the first time, here's a little easy way to remind you of something. Any stock that's up 125% for the day is garbage, right? A stock that's up 126% by definition is a pump and dump. It could go up another 5,000% from here, but inevitably these stocks all go to zero. Normal stocks don't go up 200-300% in a day. And by the way, how about that Hertz, right? Quickly to realize how awful that stock, they ruined it, right? They ruined it. They were having a nice move. They threw news at it, right? They ruined it. We saw the double top. And next thing you know, we went from getting excited for a possible break to 14 to saying, hey, this thing's about to break down and let's go short. That is good trading, right? This is why I don't do call spreads. This is why I don't own stocks. Because I was ready to put a call spread on Hertz. It looked so good. And I was like, call spreads suck. Right? Stick to the rules. Call spreads just suck. And then next thing you know, the follow through happened. You broke that triple bottom at 807. 807 gets you 750. 750 gets you 720. 720 gets you back down to 6 and change. And there she went. Garbage. Maybe when the stock goes back to $3, it'll find love again. But now it got back to where it broke out from. If it can't get above there, you're going right back to where the party began at $5. If it doesn't hold there, you're going back to 4. And then originally where it came from was $3. And then eventually it'll go back to being obscure and nobody will give a shit about Hertz. And that's the fun part about what we do, Just like the quantum stocks, right? I got you involved at the lows of their life, sold into the move, top ticked our way out of those trades. They've been dead ever since, right? They'll come back. The rigatonis and the quantums and the Q-Berts, they'll all come back. because they are relatively hanging in there. You know, while the market was crashing, rigatoni was basically going sideways. You know, the market was getting slaughtered. You know, and these stocks kind of held up. Right? They didn't really go down anymore. They were already crushed. So if these turn, they're all going to turn together. All right, you got 8 minutes. I wish I could tell you what was going to happen at the open. If you are still short, I mean, you still have some incentive to stay short because you are below the VWAP on Microsoft and the Qs. That opening candle is going to be, you know, a doozy. Oh, I'm sorry. The Qs actually got you out. I didn't even see that. So now that trade's done now completely. Maybe revisit. You know, again, if it shoots above the 85 and then rolls again, maybe. Like I said, don't feel comfortable shorting. I think it could be just another one of those like choppy, bullish consolidation, messy days. And I'm not about to get chopped. And short the Knicks, they suck. I don't know who's worse, the Knicks or the Jets. I guess the Jets are worse, but the Knicks are right there. The Knicks are pathetic. Even when they have a good team, they still kind of suck. New York sports is just cursed. How does a team from New York in basketball not be able to win a championship? No, they were good. They were never great. You know, they ran into Jordan, and then the one chance they had, they still wound up losing to Houston. I mean, they haven't won a championship since '72. They're garbage. Brunson's garbage. He has to work so hard to score. I don't know. I don't like him. Yeah, Mets are getting everybody's hopes up. Yeah, until they go on a 12-game losing streak in the middle of the season, they want to fire the coach. You know that's inevitable. But I'm betting against the Knicks, you know, because I can't see Detroit losing again at home. The Knicks are nervous now. The Pistons are playing with house money. They don't give a shit. And then going home for a game 7. Oh man, the Knicks are going to be shitting in their pants. Going out in the first round. Oh man. And by the way, if they do make it through Detroit, just bet against them every game. They're not beating Boston. They might get one game. And that's how you bet, you know, just like trading, it's probabilities, right? So the way I bet is that there's no way the Knicks are going to sweep Boston. And that's the premise. So you bet against them every game. So even if they win one, doesn't matter, like the Devils, right? There's no way the Devils would beat the Carolina Hurricanes, right? So you bet against the Devils every game. As long as the Devils don't sweep, you come out ahead. That's how I bet. So I could lose one. There's no way the Knicks are sweeping Boston, even if they get through Detroit, past Detroit. And sometimes in the series, what I'll do is I'll hedge myself. So I'll take Boston, I'll take the Knicks to sweep. I'll throw 100 on there at like whatever it's going to be, like 17-1, just in case. And then you bet against them every game. So if by some chance in hell they do sweep, you get some of your money back that you lost betting against them those 4 games. Yankees are easy to bet against too because they're 50. They're a 500 team right now. They're trying to figure it out still. They should be better. But here you go. They lost 2 out of 3. They crush or they lose. I don't know. But I'm betting. Actually, I might step it up. I think Detroit's going to kill the Knicks in this game. Oh my God! Fucking Z car, right? Those buyers were legit at $9. Holy crap! Right? You see that the offers were getting bought. Yeah, that's how you know that there's just momentum. Momentum. Faux show, bro. VWAP and momentum. It's really that's the whole. That's all that chart. That's all this is. It's this. That's why it's the same day for us every day in here. And by the way, you've got a minute and a half. If by some chance you're still in a QQQ short, you know, it's trying to give you permission to stay in it. But, the next candle is going to either be up $1 or down $1. Where's Microsoft? Yeah, Microsoft's up already. Where's Valsky? I didn't see a guy fall at the Pirates game. What, a fan out of the stands? Oh, man. All right, you got 30 seconds, and I'm so indifferent to this open that I'm going to get a cup of coffee. So be careful at the open. I'm staying flat. UVXY just gave back that little pop. I don't know, man. I'd be nervous to be shorters, but you got 7 seconds. What do you think? What do you think? One candle up or candle down? It's anybody's guess right now. It looks like you're going to get a candle down. Let's see if you can survive. All right, so if you're still short the Qs, right? You made it through the first burst, right? It didn't break anything. So you're still inside the same moment, right? So hang in there. If you manage to hang in there from the original short, that was the 84.11. If you don't break now, just the tops of these candles now are more important than the VWAP. So breaks VWAP, breaks these candles right there. You best get out, right? Now let me just check on Microsoft. Yeah, Microsoft went up 5. So Qs are probably going to be right there. So right now, if you haven't covered, you got your dollar again. I mean, it is what it is. You survive the open. Make sure you get the hell out and take something off the table, right? If you make it 5 minutes, that'll be something. But look how much, look how difficult. You're not even getting a fade on the Qs for more than $1. Come on now, do it. You know, usually you're not trading the Qs to try to make 50 cents. You know, you're looking for 250 here. All right, if you're still short, right? Your next target is where you hit last. Now you should be bidding in again, because where things happen once before, they tend to happen. Bang, cover. Now you got the 50. All right, you've survived. You've survived the open. The fade has happened. 82.50. All right, this time it happened a little bit quicker. By the way, Zcar is going to get halted on the upside if anybody's actually trading this stock, but let's stick with the Qs, right? If you are still short, right? You see it. Market's giving you permission to stay short. UVXY tacked on the 50 cents. There's the 82.50. All right, so they did you the favor. They gave you the 82.50. You got to cover 82.50, right? And if you didn't cover 82.50, look, it's already, you had 30 seconds. Still a difficult trade. All right, let me go nuke my coffee. All right, so if you managed to hold through the open, at least you got something. Congrats, right? So now the stop is still the same. Now you're just using 83.53 as your out on whatever you got left. Do not let, if you're shorting anything, don't ever let it go back above the VWAP and back above prices where it came from. So it's the 83.50, and then that, what was that, the 83.84, $83.85. And if you were trading Zcar, none of this matters to you, right? The stock just went from 850 to 1150. All right, you guys looking at Tesla, right? Faux show, bro, Tesla, right? As soon as you said something negative about Tesla, right? You got to think, oh, good, there's negative news on it. Good, when do we buy it, right? Bull market, right? Faux show, bro, right? What bad news on Tesla? Nobody cares. Bull market. Nobody cares about anything right now, right? Nobody cares. Faux show, bro, is what you care about. Fake out, shake out, break out. So all those people that thought, oh my God, blah, blah, blah news. Okay, yeah. Nobody cares. It's old news already. Right? And if you're just a day trader, right? Fake out, shake out. You're buying 80, 81 right here. Stock just rallied 5 points. That's all you want, right? Day's pay. By the way, speaking of Hertz faux show, bro. You gotta be kidding me. Look at this. I just saw it breaking the lows, tested it, came right back. I'm not really interested in the Hertz long at this point, but if it puts up a fight, it's bullish, you know. Let's go back to the Qs. Anybody short the Qs, right? If you played in this fade, right? They just did exactly, it's the same exact action as the pre-market. It's a difficult short, but they're giving you permission to stick around. So stick around, right? There you go. The 83.50. You're risking a buck. You know where you're getting out. All right, so now if you don't break under 82 on this move, we're going to be in that chop that I was talking about. You got to break 82, and then maybe we get the next 2.5 points to the downside, which would be 480 on the Qs. Tell me you bought the Tesla, right? Give me some more negative news, right? Negative news, VWAP break, best trade. You know why? Because VWAP's more important than negative news. That's why these trades work so well, because the algorithms don't give a shit about the news. They say VWAP break, buy. And then the people that are still emotionally attached, oh, but I just read a bunch of negative shit about Tesla. Well, you're still short. You better get the hell out. Oh shit, I better get the hell out. And then next thing you know, the stock rallies 7 points. Right? But right now, let's address what we got, right? You short the Qs, you gotta break in the next 5 minutes, right? You gotta break here. Right? These next 5 minutes are gonna dictate the whole rest of this move. If we can make it through 82, we can get we can get two more to the downside. But very, very difficult, right? You feel it, right? You feel the difference, right? Every pullback's a buy. Shorts are dying for the market to pull back so they can cover, right? I can feel it. I can feel it. Your brethren are screaming out there. But right now, take a look at Microsoft. You popped, you dropped, and now you're rolling. So if you're still short the Qs, that's a little helpful, right? So again, I'm only just watching the Qs and Microsoft. Now let's show you Microsoft. Right, so back above those pre-market highs, you don't want to be short, right? But then you got a little double top whole number. The shorters took a shot, 35 with the 37 as they're out, VWAP break. And now it's right back to where it came from. So they're going to cover here. They'll use VWAP as they're out now, and they're hoping for more, just like the Qs, right? And if you're in Z-Car, sell out of the halt. Stock was just $9. Anybody in Z-Car? I know one guy's in it. See, when you're trading stocks like Z-Car, nothing else matters. You just stay focused on Z-Car and what it's telling you to do. Doesn't matter if the Qs are tanking or ripping. These stocks are independent from anything. That's why people like them. They stay independent from the overall market because they're in their own demented little world. And where's my hood players, right? I'm sorry I haven't mentioned it, but gapped up, right? A lot of positivity. Breaks VWAP. You got yourself a 1 minute multi-day VWAP reversal. So the algo just spit this one out, and I'm just not in it. So again, once we get this thing pumped into the room, hopefully what I'm planning on doing is it's going to flash an alert to us, and then inevitably we're going to build it where you get a text message, short hood, dummy. All right. I was about to leave, but now I'm gonna think about getting a little bit aggressive on my Q short right here. If it could break here, right? And I'm gonna be very, very nimble. All right. All right. Let's go. Here we go. All right. I don't know if anybody added to their Q short, but I just did. It's not getting too aggressive yet because, again, you can feel this market's 2 seconds away from ripping your head off, right? But right now, UVXY 2950 rolling over. We got the Qs rolling over. Microsoft gave up that 5 points. Qs just went under 482. So I don't mind shorting. All right, so if you short the Qs, right, we're back to that level where something happened before. We have to break here, or we're just going to get our heads caved in. But you're not going to let it go too far against you because the VWAP's sitting right here now, right? So now if you just added to your short, which I did, hopefully we could break down right here. And you see how it's like we're ripping in place. This market don't want to go down. Doesn't want to go down. It's trying. So I'm taking a shot, but man, I mean, it's hard to trade with 50-cent risk on a Q trade, but that's all I'm giving it, you know? Right back to where I shorted it already. All right, you want to see it tank? I'm going to cover 50 shares. $81.92. 50 shares out. 51.74. 50 shares out. Now I feel a little bit better about my life. All right. I fool the matrix? Did it work? Oh. I was hoping to see them down to 481 by now. I just covered some of the Q short because again, it's just a scalp right now. It's very difficult. And why fight the market, right? So as a matter of fact, I'm going to actually, use basically no risk on this trade. So I shorted this break, almost got stopped out. So I'm tightening it up now. I'm not even letting it go against me. So it's, again, virtually impossible to trade the Qs with this tight of a stop, but I'm trying because I don't want to let it go against me. So that one attempt to rally, that's my out now. So if we don't break down now, I'm ready to get the hell out of this trade already. I'm glad it's working. I'm not counting on it because this market does not want to go down. And I'm not going to fight a losing battle. But right now, the market's telling me I got permission to hang in there with the short. I'll give it as long as it lets me stay in it. All right. Dave X over here, he's already short the meta, right? Big fat whole number, VWAP break. So if you're a VWAP break shorter, which is what we do, you're short from 588.80. Stock's down 12 points. Much better choice than the Qs. Good job, Dave. Hope you have 100 shares and you're up $600 or $700 in this trade. As I'm grinding out this trade on the Qs. Much better choice on the meta. And the Qs are just about to say farewell. So $65, I'm pretty much done. I got one lot left. Like I said, I'm not letting it go against me. I mean, trying to trade $482 item with 50-cent risk is virtually impossible. So I'm down to one lot. So now I could use VWAP as my last stop. But the big picture, you're still sort of trending down. Won't last. By the way, this is not a market to be trading options in either right now, especially on the Qs. You're not getting enough movement on either side, so you're just gonna lose, right? I'm scalping 300, 400 share lots of the Qs. That's it. Managed to make a little bit, right? Covered in 50 share lots. I mean, just goofing around more or less. And now it's done. Golami. I'm done. Out. Like I said, not letting it go against me in a market that doesn't want to go down. Hood, much better choice. By the way, CEP, remember this stock was $8 the other day? It's $50 now. IPOs that break all-time highs, right? Remember that whole philosophy? I can't believe this. Wow. Wait a minute. When did it go to, oh, it had a 30-point candle? Of course. Wow. What is that? 17-point candle yesterday? Yeah, nice. By the way, this is a IPO that came out of a SPAC. That's it's like the new MSTR, the kids are saying. So anybody who didn't buy MSTR is buying this stock. And nobody cares. Nobody cares if it is or not. That's the rumor. Everybody wants in. Stock broke all-time highs. And, chances are it's going to go to, just like the other ones. It'll go 250 bucks and then inevitably crash back down to $20. And if you chose Zcar and Meta, your day is completely different than mine, right? So remember when I was talking about size on the offer? Those are buyers. Look where this thing is now. That all started at $9.07. This thing's at 15. To buy. Qualcomm, everything's a buy. Qualcomm, there you go. You weren't waiting, right? Faux show, bro. VWAP break on an earnings report. It happens to be a trade that hasn't failed in 3 years now. I don't know. We back tested the Qs. It came in around 78% success over the last, I think, 4 or 5 years. Just faux show, bro. VWAP break on the Qs. And now that we got the algo, we can back test it at any of these trades. And by the way, Zcar, right? The fuck, right? So you know what I'm saying? It's like there's so many different worlds to live in. Maybe the world you're living in today is Zcar and CEPH. You don't care about whether the bull market is back or never left or bull market, doesn't matter, right? These stocks, some of these stocks is just independently on their own. They're going to do whatever they want to do. It doesn't matter what the market's doing, like Zcar and CEPH. People think this is the new MSTR. They're in. 10 gets you 1250, 15 gets you 20, 20 stocks that break into the 20s that are fresh stocks generally go to 30. You get through the 30s, you go to 50. 50 generally gets you 80. 80 gets you 120. 120 gets you 250. And you're thinking, why would the stock go to 250? Because that's what happens. Right? The same reason Newsmax did it. Same thing, Webull had that monstrous move. It's just programs. And that's why everyone's involved. And then if you're doubting whether or not CEPH is going to go to 80, okay, cool. So maybe you don't want to buy it today up another 10, up 30 in the last 2 days. So tomorrow you say, okay, I'm going to watch the CEPH. And then it faux show bros and breaks VWAP and you're like, oh, I guess I should buy it. And next thing you know, it'll go up another 30 points. So you don't have to believe that these things are going to happen. Tomorrow, when it sets up, or later today, you know, again, you just sit here and you wait. You wait for the setups. They just keep showing up. And this stock, there was a day where it was up 20, gave back 30 to come back 10, right? It was like it had a 20-point range that day. Anyway, just another one. Here's the kids, right? The kids, right? Faux show, bro. VWAP break, right? What the hell is kids? Who cares? Who cares what it is? $2.38 just got you 50 cents on a $2 stock. So any one of these names that we were talking about, they're all the same stock. Doesn't matter whether it's Microsoft or Zcar. One's a pump and dump piece of shit that's inevitably going to zero, and then there's Microsoft, which I hear is a real company. It's still the same chart patterns. It's still the same exact trade. And you just trade the pattern. And then you go back and you take all those lessons that I've learned for 30 years, size on the offer, faking you out, you know, momentum, buying on the offer, and all that stuff. It all comes back into play, but it's always the faux show, bro, VWAP break. And there's no reason not to be short Meta still. I mean, all it did was come back to test that level. You should still be short, especially if you had it from the VWAP break, which I'm assuming was where you had it. VWAP break, 88. You got 15 points in this stock. You know, again, $500 stock, usually trading 2.5 to 5 point increments. By the way, CEPH new all-time highs right now. But there was no reason to cover the rest. You had to cover some. VWAP's your last You know, again, assuming you're in from the good price. I guess you didn't have a good price, right? Like the Qs, right? Now you see why there's no way in hell I'm letting this thing go against me, right? I'm not standing in the way of a market that might want to tack on another 20% in the next 2 days, right? I'd rather be wrong about the move than being short in a market that refuses to go down. And again, maybe this is another opportunity to short. You know, if we stay in the range, the chop, which is awful to people that don't know what they're doing, we navigate the chop pretty well because we're just trading around these prices. And right now we're just sitting in the same range we've been in for an hour and a half. Nothing's really changed, except that I added to my short here, thinking we were going to roll over. We didn't. I immediately got the hell out. I'm not staying in. I'm not losing money. You know, very hard to trade. You know, when you trade not to lose, it's virtually impossible, but at least I didn't lose. You know, I didn't make too much, you know. It was pretty much squadoosh, but there's no way I'm getting, getting beat. So now I get an opportunity. If I could short it again, at least here I'm shorting it above the levels from before, if I choose. Anybody in Z car? It's going to get halted to the downside now. Sell it, sell it, sell it, sell it right here, sell it right here. It's getting halted to the downside. So usually it opens up lower when it gets halted to the downside. So sell it now because it's probably going to open at 1250. I was just about to short the Qs again, and I just realized something. The day's going to be choppy bullish. I was saying maybe we take the day off. That's where my head's at, right? You know, we just made a little bit of money on the meta short, something on the Qs. I missed this freaking Z car. I'm kind of disappointed I didn't get involved. The kids worked out, so I just don't. You know, again, I'm not getting chopped up, especially after a day like yesterday. You know, we could coast. Now, if you did short the Qs again, right? It's the same trade. There's the VWAP break, 83.05. Top of the range is the 84. That's your risk. So now if you don't roll over, you're just going to have to get out again. And there goes CEP. By the way, when the stock's at 120 a couple of days from now, you'll be like, oh, I remember that one. Covered your short. That means you got out of the short position. So you see this trade right here? This is a profit, right? So you saw it get double top at the highs. You never broke out of the range, right? So if you're in the range, I mean, this is just range-bound trading, channeling, as we used to call it, right? You're channeling. You're in this channel. It's a very tight channel for a $400 stock. But when you get to the top of the channel and you don't break, the shorters get encouraged, and they'll take the short. That's that candle. But knowing that we're trapped in this range, the shorters are already going to cover some here. They're hoping for it to get down there. And if you come out of the channel, you're going to start making new lows. So while you're in this channel, it's telling you exactly what to do, right? So if you did short again, 83, this is the exact short where we had before, you know, basically. Oh no, sorry, we were short at 84.03 last time, so now it's 83.03. You just better be ready to scalp, you know. So now if it doesn't roll here, chances are you're just going to get tighter and tighter, and we're just going to grind everybody today, which is what I kind of expect. Now look at Microsoft, right? So Microsoft, if you're watching it, it set you up, right? I was only looking for a short today. Double top. There's the shorters. It got some follow through. rallied, never broke new highs. Now it's rolled over, mildly bearish, right? So now you're looking for it to break the low of the day and search back for where it came from, which could be a pretty damn good trade, right? So these revisits to the shorts, not too bad. And if you did short the Qs again, same exact process. Take something off the table, hope to make more, but get ready to get the hell out. And now Hood, obviously the best one of them now, all of them. The Hood is a full-blown reversal now. You got yourself the 1 minute, the multi-day, and the reversal. Much better choice than the Qs or Microsoft. And Meta. This is the best trade of the day. That's a full-blown reversal. 1 minute multi-day VWAP reversal. The trade we sing songs about. And if anybody's psychotic enough to short Microsoft, I'm with you. I'm ready. Let's go. Maybe I'll put on a little bit right here. All right, I'm shorting a little Microsoft. I don't know why I can't be stopped. I got a degenerate shorting problem. All right, let's go. And I already don't like it. I already don't like it, but I got to give it a shot. And we're trading a $400 stock. Oh, and now it's already against me. See? All right, I got to give it, and I got to let it breathe. So now, I shorted a little bit. It's going against me. Rips up this point. If it doesn't break over the 32.66, then I add to it, knowing I'm going to have to give up 33.43. Oh! What time is it? Oh my God, it's almost 10 o'clock. We got 14 seconds before something else happens now, right? There's going to be either a buy program or a sell program. So let me see if they want to let me out. Oh! Now you can't leave. All right. All right. Not freaking out. I will have to freak out sooner or later on the Microsoft short. So now you see you've got 32.50 and 32.90. Those are my new two stops if I'm wrong about this trade, which it doesn't feel right. But I'm not wrong yet. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. So you see how this day is like kind of panning out like I described? You know why? Because I know more about trading than everybody. Consolidation after a bull move, you get some chop, right? It's bullish consolidation, right? Doesn't mean I can't short a couple of things. I'm short Microsoft right now. All right, here we go. Now, if it doesn't break down, we might be sitting here in this chop the whole day, which I wouldn't be surprised. But now that we're profitable on this Microsoft short, I'm bidding in right now, covering Adele. That's me on the bid, 40.25, 30.25, 30.25, done, covered. All right, now I'm profitable on the Microsoft short, right? Here we go, red candle down. What do you do here? Take money. You should be shocked that it's working, right? Remember, same scenario. Anytime you short a stock, you should be surprised it's even working because we're in a bull market that never ends, ever. All right, so here we go. The fade is starting to take a little bit more You know, we're getting a little bit. So I just covered some at 30 and a quarter, right? So now I'm looking for 29.50. It just hit 29.58. So I'm bidding in. My bid is in 29.56. Come on. Come on. Really? 6 cents is going to ruin this trade? I want 29.50. 29.50. I can't believe we just didn't get done on some at 29.50. Oh, man, really? All right, so now that I took something off the table, let's get rid of all these red lines. If anybody is short Microsoft, let's not be stupid, right? Because shorters are dumb. Now I put my stop at the double top right there. If this next candle breaks this price, I'm out of the whole thing because I am not about to stay short a market that doesn't want to go down. I'm fighting a good fight right now using my VWAP, but the follow-throughs are really not happening. So now I've taken something off the table. I can't lose now, right? But I can give it back. I mean, I was 6 cents away from covering another 50 shares. I mean, it's funny. It's funny, but it's not funny. By the way, Z-Car, you see what happened? It got halted to the downside. Where is it now? Going down. So when it gets halted on the way up, that means there's so much buying that they can't take it. They got to stop people from buying it. Wait a minute, give us a second. And then it usually opens up and goes, boom, covered. Microsoft, 29.50. Covered a little bit more now. Now that's a hard stop right there. What's a hard stop? If you got whatever you have left on Microsoft now, you don't let it break back above this price. So now we can let it breathe, right? All right, we just got covered at 29.50. Good job. Grinding it out. Now you're looking for it to break back to where we came from here. So 28.40 is where I'm looking for now. So now the if-then statement is if Microsoft breaks 31.86, you cover what you have left, but you're bidding at the price where it pivoted right there, which is 29. Sorry. Yeah, 429, and then if we really get something going, maybe we get another buck out of it. But remember, what's the rule today? Shorting is short-lived, and they're going to die, not us. Risk tolerance is at 0 for shorting today. As soon as anything goes against you, I'm not even letting things go against me today, right? Grinded my way through a little profit on the Qs, immediately got out when it went against me. Same thing with the Microsoft. I'm amazed we even got done at 29.50, right? And now they're coming for us. But they're not going to kill us because we're not going to allow us to be killed. Because right there, that price right there, that's my out, 81.87. So I'm 30 cents away from getting out of the whole trade already. I'm not about to be chopped up in a market that I pretty much knew was going to be this. This is shit. This is why bull markets suck. All we do is consolidate, chop around. And you have days like this. You want fear and volatility, and people freaking out, and faux show bros, and rips and rolls. But at least you got me in your corner telling you, be prepared for a choppy, bullish consolidation day. And these days are difficult to trade. And don't do it with options because you're just going to get chopped. Now you're done, right? Microsoft, done, gone, right? Look at that. They just went and got my shares, bastards. Right? They knew I put the stop on, right? Look. They went right to that price and got me. I'm out of the trade now. I feel bad now. But that's what happened. See, I'm trying to relax and put a stop on. And they're like, oh, good. Ken Griffin just sold my order. And then he went and got my shares. I don't know why he cares about my 120 shares, but he did, apparently. I'm flat again. So now we could address this trade again. Goes back to 435, rolls over. Maybe we do short at 434 with the 35 is out. We're in the driver's seat. I'm, you know, I'm very content with just sitting back and waiting for Apple to come out. A big part of this business, right, is knowing when you have an advantage. We have zero advantage in this market right now. Yesterday was the greatest trading day in the history of mankind. When you have a day like yesterday, this is what you get the next day. The shorts are just buying every pullback to cover. The buy and dippers are here, but we're also in consolidation mode of a 20-point move from yesterday. So that's why you're getting what we're getting. And it's only 10:08. If we could come out of these ranges, maybe we'll get something more exciting to happen. Or you traded hood, right? I mean, it's all about the choices you make. Where were you? Where were you on the hood trade, right? Awesome, right? Qualcomm. Faux show, bro. VWAP break. You got paid. Nice trade. Z-Car. Kids. Hood. Qualcomm. Well, that's me doing this for 30 years. I kind of know what happens next in the environment that we're in. Plus, it's also Thursday. These went, and again, this is like historically speaking, great Wednesdays. We in a bullish environment, we usually chop Thursdays, frustrate everybody, follow through Friday. So that's why I'm hoping that the bears could conjure up some strength, get this market to sell off a little bit, and then fool them into believing that, ooh, something bad's going to happen over the weekend and tomorrow we'll rip their faces off again. But, preservation of capital is the name of the game. And that Microsoft got me. I mean, that kind of was, that's a stop hunting program. Look where it went. It went right to that freaking price. I mean, that was me. They know exactly where your orders are. It's insane. And I always wonder, like, why do they care about me personally? Because I'm a collective. I'm like the Borg of trading. I'm not the only one saying, all right, if it breaks here, I'm going to get out. And if I would have given it to the VWAP, I'd still be in the damn trade. Look at it now. Now it's right back to where I was. Now I feel a little disappointed. 150 shares. The thing just dropped $1.50. It's $200. Shit. now I'm very disappointed. It just hit lows of the day. You fucker. I mean, you see that? Even those last 150 shares. It's like it knew. Because it does. That's why I shouldn't even put stops on ever. I just want to get a cup of coffee without having to be worried. And look, it goes right to the damn price. That's annoying. Would have been more annoying if I didn't make any money on the trade. Then it would be really annoying. But at least we grinded something out so far. So again, limited amount of choices, right? But depending on where you went, I stuck with the difficult trades. I'm shorting Qs and Microsoft, grinding it out, still managed to escape with some profit. But shit, Hood, much better choice. Obviously, Meta, awesome choice, right? VWAP breaks. And now the Microsoft's leaving, now it's leaving without me. So this is the money I was supposed to be making. So now I'm going to go walk around my house muttering curse words to myself. I'll be right back. You still short the Qs? You know what? The Q short, probably not a bad revisit either because of what Microsoft's doing. Again, you really probably should avoid options today because this chop, I mean, One chop, you're down 20%, and then you're back in. I mean, it's just trying to grind out a day. You're only going to be able to do it with stock because at least you could be a little bit more nimble. So, for instance, let's look. And again, if you traded Meta and Zcar and Palantir is actually not a bad short too. Palantir is a full blown reversal. So let's go back to the Qs. All right. So I messed up the Microsoft trade. Here's the Qs. Same basically scenario. There's that little wick above VWAP. Nothing really going on. But you're still in a little mini downtrend. Right? You see it, right? Mini downtrend. Rejected at the VWAP, rejected at the VWAP. But really no enthusiasm for the market to go down. So let me show you some options. So on a normal day where I wasn't convinced we were going to be trapped here, you're looking at 481s or the 482s, right? And the reason I like trading at the money options is you can trade them as if it's the stock, right? That's the 480 puts. And I hate to break your heart, baby. We might see 2 days of this. Because yesterday was such a massive move that it probably needs to consolidate. We're going to get a gap tomorrow because of Amazon and Apple. But then we might just gap and consolidate again. Even to the down, we might gap down and consolidate because anything above 476.50 is super bullish still on the Qs. And like I said, everyone's chasing now. Shorts are begging for the market to pull back to cover. The buy on dippers who didn't buy yet are begging for it to pull back. And that's why it's difficult trading right now. Today, we went from having the greatest day of the year. I'm not even joking. Yesterday was the greatest day of the year. Better than the Trump candle day. Because yesterday was a faux show, bro. An organic rally. It wasn't some bullshit tweet out of nowhere. Yesterday was the #1 day of trading. Yeah, and I mean, look at what we're seeing here, right? I mean, I'm being validated rather quickly, right? You don't have a chance to be disappointed. Oh, I really wish I would have shorted Microsoft. Next thing you know, it's right back to where it came from, right? It's like you don't have a chance to even be disappointed. Like Zcar, I mean, this thing's insane, by the way. Gets halted to the downside, fights its way back, and now it's getting halted on the upside again. It's insane. But if you're just trading around these monstrous levels, there's a foe and a show, and you're buying back above where it breaks down from, and next thing you know, I mean, these are 2-point rips on a $14 stock. By the way, this is part of my magic, right? I know how to Kenny Rogers the market. You got to know when to fold, know when to walk away, know when to run. I knew what I was in store for today, especially after what yesterday handed you. This is what you. This is exactly what I expected, right? I mean, we're only 45 minutes in, but here you are. I mean, we'll come out of this maybe today, hopefully tomorrow. Probably going to break out. And then we're going to be looking at the January low pivot, which was 492. I mean, Amazon and Microsoft don't derail the bull. You got to expect another, yeah, basically 10 more points to the upside on the Qs. By the way, I'm supposed to quit the industry. Carvana's back above 250. I mean, I hate that stock so much now. I have an unhealthy hatred of it because it went up so much after I sold it. But man, that stock is just, it's just insane. Be back to 250. I might have to do an early, my Kanye West moment's making the internet. It's making this. It's going viral now. I shouldn't have mentioned Kanye West because it was implied. Actually, I don't remember what I was saying. This market stinks, right? What else was on the menu today? Qualcomm. You had Roblox. How about Roblox? Where's my Roblox traders? Right? Blue line, orange line. Orange line hold. VWAP retrace. I mean, shit, I made some bad choices today. I should have been looking at the other ones. Microsoft and Qs were the hardest two trades of the day. The other ones looked like they had a lot much better follow through, especially the hood trade. What are you guys looking at? What else was there on the menu? We had Eli Lilly on your look. I'm sure it was a buy already. Oh, hello. Might be a buy right this second, as a matter of fact. Look at that. Good thing I checked. I don't normally trade this stock. You know what? I'm going to stick to not trading. It's got 3 point spread. But look, you got your mini. You didn't break the low. I guess you did. So there's kind of your foe and your show. There's your retrace. And now you're consolidating at a higher level. Doesn't look bad. I'm going to stick to not trading Eli Lilly. I don't want to trade that stock. Roblox, Eli Lilly, CVS. Red Mushburger, CVS. Oh, dip and rip, already bought on that one. How about McDonald's? Faux show, bro, 1 minute to the multi-day. Not bad. MasterCard, VWAP rejection, breaks back. How come I didn't trade any of these stocks, right? Every other stock had a pretty decent move. I'm trading Qs and Microsoft. This is my luck. How about Myrna? Faux show, bro. VWAP break to the multi-day. I mean, you guys, these are all stocks that were on the list today. I just chose poorly with the ones that I was looking at. I mean, thank God I didn't lose any money. else was there? Sirius satellite radio. Radio. And that was it. That was my top ones for today. Cardinal Health. So once we get the algo kicking into the room, these will just keep flashing. So instead of missing them, we'll get an alert. Hey, Cardinal Health, 1 minute multi-day VWAP break. Boom. Right? Look at that. That's one candle. So if you are a trader of Eli Lilly, right? And you're buying, remember, if you're trying to buy a stock that has a 3-point spread, you know, while it's sitting around, if you think you want to buy it, chances are you want to try to buy it in between the bid and offer. At least, you know, don't pay up the 2 points to get in. You bid into it, you go high bid, see if anybody wants to hit your bid, and that's how you buy it. So then you can offer it out and capture the spread. But it's generally why I don't trade these stocks, right? Because when you get them wrong, even on 100 shares, you're out $500 or $600 because the spread gets you for 3, and then if you get stopped out, it's another 5. But right now, it's building up a base, higher base. Hopefully, if you're long, you're looking for it to break the VWAP and get up to that 841 area. So this theme of today is grinding bullishness, right? And that's what we're getting. Grindy bullishness. All right, so let's still talk about this Eli Lilly, right? So if you're long Eli Lilly, you're looking at a 6.5 point risk. And if you're not in the business of taking 6.5 point risks, don't trade Eli Lilly. Okay? But remember, if you're willing to take a 6-point risk, you're expecting to make 12. Because if it breaks here, gets going, you're looking for it to retrace back to 847. So that's 10 points. So you're risking about 5 to make 10. Basically, yeah. I mean, that's what it's at. I could hear the pickleball calling me already. I think I might be going to the park early today, and then take a nap, and then we'll be ready for the Apple and the Amazon, assuming we're going to schmooze, and then we'll leave the room open for 48 straight hours, and we'll all party. By the way, anybody want to stay up late tonight? You want to keep the party going? My DJ's around. Holy shit, kids! The kids! Cousin Richie, he's back. Who's Cousin Richie? My cousin Richie. Well, not my cousin. Lou's cousin. He loves these piece of shit stocks, see? I mean, look how it starts with a faux show, bro. Bang, bang. Next thing you know, you remember this whole conversation started, hey, what the hell's going on with kids? Oh, look, faux show, bro. You can buy it again. Pre-market high break. Range break. Right? Big size on the offer. Next thing you know, faux show, bro, VWAP break. Breaks the offer. Pre-market high break. Buying it on the offer. Look where it pulled back to. That same price. Right? Basically the high of the day from earlier, it held. And then this piece of shit stock turns out to be your best trade. So once you identify these chart patterns that replicate themselves every day, You could trade any one of these stocks, like Eli Lilly. Let's go. I'm rooting for you. I know Sid's involved, I'm sure, right? This is Sid's favorite stock. He's not waiting. He sees a faux show, bro, on his favorite stock that just reported earnings. He's a buyer. He's buying it here. I'm sure, right? Where'd you buy it? I'm sure Sid's in. Sid's probably in at 831 already, right? Now he's giggling his ass off. He's like, all right, VWAP break on an earnings report. I heard these trades work out. So look, if you just bought, that was 836. The stock's at 841 now. On 100 shares, that's $400. By the way, has anybody noticed the market's not going down? Look where the Qs are. Eli Lilly is one of the most, this is one of the best stocks in the history of ever. And it's down on earnings. Sid's probably thinking this thing's probably going to be 900 by the end of the day. Because now that it's above VWAP, right, you got to get past this last range. And then the shorts are going to say, oh my God, what were we thinking? Nobody shorts Eli Lilly and lives to tell the tale. So bizarro kind of day, right? But not. Confounding, but expected. Annoying and boring, but yeah, it is what it is. Depending on what your choices are. That's why what I'm trying to do here every day for you guys is give you a number of choices. I chose more or less poorly, but I still managed to make money on the Microsoft and the Q short because I grinded it out. I took what I could get, and then she looked at me with those big brown eyes and said, "You ain't seen nothing yet." Ow, ow. Took what I could get. Fazoon over here traded the meta. Should have done better on the meta, because I'm sure your entry was late because you're a nudnik. You had to be short in the VWAP break at the open. Nice trade. Qualcomm wasn't bad, if you chose to go short first, or you saw the fake out, shake out, VWAP break, you got paid. Not bad. Starbucks, what's up? Reported yesterday. By the way, Q's new highs, people. Q's new highs. Don't short a market that doesn't want to go down, right? We managed to escape alive. By the way, NVIDIA is good now. My father, I think, sold some puts on it already. Stock's never going down ever again. By the way, speaking of that, where's Sophie? Oh, shit. Sophie got fucking hammered. Wow. What happened? Wow, it gave back the whole thing. Wow. Oh my God, Big Al. My dad actually losing money on a trade? Not that he'll ever sell it for a loss. Wow, that's pretty nasty. That was $14. It went all the way back down to $12.50. Whatever. You're looking at me? Look at that. So listen, if you traded with me today, my two choices were, I grinded it out. That's why you want to go check the list, go with the stocks that you feel comfortable with. Like Eli Lilly. If you're like I said, if you're comfortable enough for a 5-point risk, buy it, right? And now you're up, 5 points already. You're hoping for more, because if you're risking 5 to make 10, again, you sell some already. Yeah, hey, Luke, what's up? Yeah, well, I don't, you know what? it's amazing. These stocks like that, the leverage stocks, these are meant for day trading. I haven't accepted that there's so many out there, like because I go right to the regular stock. I need to start trading those, like the leverage ones. And by the way, did anybody buy Eli Lilly? This is a VWAP break on an earnings report, right? That's it. It's as simple as that, right? So address the risk, understand your risk. The charts are telling you there's your faux show, bro. Consolidation at an upper level. Test the VWAP, comes back to hold the prior support, then breaks VWAP. You're in. If you're in from 836, here you go. You're almost up to 10 points that we were talking about. Don't wait for me to put a trade on. I'm just here. I'm your carnival barker of information. I'll keep pointing you in the right direction, and then you got to, that's why I'm trying to give you the $2 stocks, the $5, the $12 ones. It's always the same trade. That's what's wonderful about what we do. And these chart patterns that we trade during the day transcend all time frames. Just like, the Andy Dufresne sometimes could be a 3-year chart, like Hood, where everybody gave up on Hood. And I'm thinking, holy shit, this is going to be insane. If you guys remember the reason I loved Hood, remember the 3-year weekly chart on Hood? Nobody gave this stock any credit. We're Andy Dufresne for almost a year and a half. I was like, if we get over this $13, we're gone. Sadly, I sold it at 20 and change, thinking 100% was a good trade, and then it went up another 40 points after I got out. But that's my life. That's what I do best. I get in at the best price. It's the only industry where you double your money and you feel like a loser. It's typical. That's why I secretly own Tesla and I'm never selling it. What? Did I just say that out loud? Oh. You know they're still colonizing Mars, right? Right? He's going to have... You ever see the movie... what's the one with Multipass? The flying cars? We're all going to be drawing flying Teslas, right? On Mars, right? I mean, I'm not crazy enough with Cathie Wood, but I think she has a $3,000 price target on Tesla. I'm not going to go there, but how do you not own this stock now that it crashed, right? The story's not over. It's just beginning. Right? Man, I hate being a bull. Like Palantir, are you not convinced yet the stock's going to 250? They crashed the stock, and 3 weeks later it's back to all-time highs. This thing's going to 250. Just might take a little time this time. The next 100% might be a little bit more difficult than the first couple of hundred. It's not going. Of course it's going to 250. Palantir's going to 1,000. Stock's going to 1 million. It's like owning the CIA. Anyway, Q's new highs. You know why? Because the bull market... Ah! Sorry. I just ruined it, man. The bull market has... That's right, baby. All right. So listen, did anybody take this Eli Lilly trade? Because there's your 10 points. I mean, you basically made 10 points, right? Just off that pivot, right? And that's trading right there. If you were willing to take that risk, that trade was out there, right there for you. And you sell half now, and you put a stop at 439.50, and you hang in there, right? Because if it breaks from here, you got to get back to that breakdown price. So that's where you're headed, right? So then what happens? You think it's going to stop? Again, this is why you don't sell your entire position at one price. Just because it gets to a target, as my mentor told me, you never sell anything all at one price because you're being arrogant. And I didn't know what that meant until he explained. He's like, if you're selling your whole position at one price, you're saying to the stock or to the market, that's it. You know more than anybody else that this is going to be the best price for the entire day. How often does that happen? Never. Right? I'm a living testament where if you sell everything at one price, right? Like, by the way, as you notice, the market's going higher now, right? Thank God you understand that shorting is short-lived and they're going to die, right? You never want to be on the other side of a faux show VWAP break. You guys are long the queues, I hope, right? I don't have to ask you twice. By the way, I'm swinging these queues, right? I got a bunch of naked puts on the queues. I've been selling premium. I'm not going to participate in a market that doesn't want to go down. I'm not crazy. I just wish I would have got a little bit more aggressive. Let me see where these options are. I haven't even checked. Yeah, they're not down as much as I thought. Yeah, I sold these contracts at 4. They're only at 3. I thought they'd be down a lot more. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm not covering anything. We're not going down. By the way, yesterday's pivot now is so damn significant going for our rest of our lives. Yesterday's pivots on the Qs and those lows over the last couple of days are our new areas of concern if we do roll over. And by the way, speaking of SRAD, I bought more. Now I'm back. I'm actually in the green now on the trade. I bought 22.50. They are going to report. They had a preliminary when they released those earnings. It was. Oh wait, did they do it? Oh, they keep doing. No, that's the offering. Blah blah blah. Yeah, they're so excited about telling people how well they're doing. They pre-announced good earnings. Nobody ever pre-announces good earnings. Usually people pre-announce bad earnings because they want to cushion the blow of how shitty things are going for the company. This company's pre-announcing good earnings. I think it's going to blow out, and you might be looking at a 20% pop when they do report. I know this is dumb, but obviously I'm going in long to the earnings because I'm never selling this stock. I'm an owner. I don't really own a lot of stocks. I'm going to be buying more into the report. I'm going to be probably buying options into the report too. I think this thing's going to rip. I think it's going to be $30 before you know it. And then if we consolidate in the 30s, we're rocking. So May 12th, apparently they report. That's a Monday. Ugh. Ugh. Monday morning. Ugh. Who reports on a Monday morning? I hate Monday morning reports. Supposedly May 12th. I got to go look at the company again, see what they say. But I'm probably holding right into the number. I'm probably going to be buying more. I'm going to go long and strong into the number. And then hopefully it pops. I'll sell some and then hold the rest. Big fan. Big fan. And if Kathy Wood says she's buying it, I'm dumping the whole thing. $8.15. Sure. I'm going on with Dennis and Joel tomorrow. Fazoon X, remind me, I'm going to go on at 8:15. Sometimes like I don't got the cobwebs out of my head yet. Speaking of that, you guys want to stay up late tonight or what? You want to party? Should I get the DJ involved? He figured out what was wrong with the system. We'll test it. By the way, if you haven't schmoozed with us, it's a different room. You got to have a link, and you email me. You can email me directly, kennyglick@aol.com. But I got Spencer taking care of shit too. I think it's kennyglick@stockmarket.tv. I don't even know. But you should be hip to it already. Let's test the room before tonight. You guys all right? Not a bad day, right? Got our payday, right? Just if you're gonna be shorting, remember you're shorting a market that really doesn't want to go down. So if you get a grindy short, take your money. No, same room. Oh well, same old room. This is the hit the bid room. My old hit the bid room is the schmooze room now. Secret lair, yes. You know what? Come to think of it, I'm buying another 100 shares of Sports Raider right now. Sports Raider. Let me just see when they reported earnings. Try to go to their website. I should call the company. I should get intimately familiar with these guys. Try to get my son a job there. Or he should get himself a job there. This is exactly what he wants to do. Data analytics for sports gambling. Holy shit, Z-Car, right? I mean, seriously, people? Seriously? When I trade those stocks, they generally go up $1 and then they fall 3 points, and I'm cursing the world. But today I decided not to trade. I've traded it before. Because you know what happens when you have the reverse split and then the stock gets momentum, there's so much less stock out there that you get 300, 400, 500% moves. And, you know, the shorters, all the shorters know, inevitably the stock's going back to zero. But it'll crush you before it goes back. That's why that whole saying about irrational markets can stay irrational longer than you could stay liquid, or whatever the saying is. There you go. Anybody shorting this stock's thinking, oh man, this is bullshit, it's going to zero. Sure it is. Not right now, but it will be. And they're, again, it's, let me see how much it costs to borrow it. They're paying up to borrow it. Let's see, 1,000 shares, the Z-Car short. Can't even borrow it on my platform. But that's what happens. The shorts, they get, all right, oh, we're definitely going to go down now. Oh, no, we're not. I better cover. Oh, 15 gets you 17.50. 17.50 gets you 20. Next thing you know, the stock goes to $80. Crushes everybody. And 5 days later, it's at zero. That's why it's so crazy about these names when they do these reverse splits. But, again, if you're trading just price action, hello, the hood short, right? The hood short is basically over for anybody that knows what they're looking at, right? You got yourself a multi-day and a 1 minute collision high of the range. Get ready to buy this stock if you haven't bought it yet. So there's the hood trade setting up. As a matter of fact, you probably should be in it right now because it's 50 cents a risk. That's it. And if you're willing to take a $5 risk or whatever it was on Eli Lilly, this hood looks like it's about to turn. You get through this collision, you're talking about $49.39 for, you're talking, let's say $48.80. Bottoms of the candles meets the top of the candle. That's where you're probably going to rip to. You know what? I might have to join you. Now, this one doesn't look so bad. Maybe we can trade an option on it. So you want to probably go $48 call. Let's see how much those cost. But somebody find out when this Sports Radar reports earnings. I think it's the 12th. Yeah, it looks like it's on their website. I can't trust this, but hold on a second. Yeah, somebody get on that. And by the way, speaking of shitty stocks, right? Remember EWPK? EWWK from $5? Remember how I explained, look, I don't know what it is. It's a scam. It doesn't matter, right? If it breaks 5, you get 750. 750 gets you 10. 10 gets you 10. 10 gets you 1250. 1250 gets you 15. 15 gets you 1750. 750 gets you 20. Look at this trend. This is a Chinese IPO that's being accumulated. So what I thought was a pump and dump consolidated and broke out. Consolidated and broke out. Consolidated and broke out. Consolidated and broke out. We all know this is going to zero, but right now, look at this. Since we were talking about it last Wednesday, it's up 400%. This market is relentlessly giving you opportunities. It's just unbelievable. Things that shouldn't even be happening are happening. We're almost to the point where we're in the dash for trash. The market's going to need a correction because it's already gone up so much. It's just unbelievable. Like everything's working. Just remember rule number 1. Shorting is short-lived, and you're going to die. You can't even short worthless Chinese stocks, Z-cars. I mean, you're going to get killed trying to short this market. And that being said, right, Apple gaps up tomorrow and Amazon gaps up, blow off top, roll over reversal, shorting will be allowed again. It's that simple. But right now, don't get in the way. Don't get in the way of a grinding bull market. We're right back into that bull market grind, man. It's like, what is it, 2 weeks later? Tariffs, priced in. World War III, priced in. Iran blow out Houthis, priced in. Trump does something stupid, priced in. GDP negative, priced in. Recession, priced in. It's all priced in already. Even solars are going up. I mean, there is no God. When the solars are rallying, what's going to be next? The weed stock's going to start going up. Then you know we're in, then you know we're going nuts, right? Puts and calls are options. When I say cover, that means you're covering short. That's a stock usually. Yeah, make sure you know the vernacular before you put any trades on. Yeah, if you're short a stock, right, and then you buy it, that's covering your short. Puts are different. You're just betting something's going to go down, and then you just. It's called buying to open when you're trading contracts. Buy to open, sell to close. You guys remember when we were short the Qs way back an hour ago, right? Made money on it once, had to get stopped out, made money on it twice, got short near the lows, knew I was wrong, immediately got out, right? And I should have joined the winning team, right? Don't short a market that doesn't want to go down. I mean, so bull market grind, yeah, 487.50 is next. So where we're at now on the Qs, right? You're above the yearly VWAP, right? So now you're getting into this, the knuckle of the last rollover is where we're probably headed, is to this price right here. So first, obviously, you got to get the 487.50 on your way there. And then, again, I really think, or there's this price right here. So the bottom of this and the top of that, that's the next level where we're probably going to get to very easily, probably tomorrow after Apple and Amazon crush everybody. 94.50. Top of this candle. Normally what I do is I'll take the top of this candle, the bottom of this candle, divide by 2. That gives me the price. It's roughly 93. But right now we're talking about this right here, the bottom of this candle. That's 487.74. It's probably where we're headed. $86.20 actually is next. So 86.20. So when we start to break into big candles, we look for prior candle lows to get to, and then you're in that candle, and then you look to get to the bottom of the prior candle. So we're in this mess right here. I think inevitably we're going to resolve ourselves right back to that level right there, which is the 494.50. Probably tomorrow. Now you see why. Make sure you know you can short, and we did, but you better not be staying short the Qs. You know, other trades that gave you permission to stay short, like Hood, right? Where is it now? Did it get back going? You guys are in the Hood long when I told you to buy it, right? Right? If you were going to buy it, you were buying it in here, right? You bought it, right, Dave? Right? When I go over a trade and I say here, limited risk, buying it at 47.76, using the 40-cent risk, right? Right? You're in it, Dave. Dave. See, when I go over a trade, right, and I say, all right, here's the risk parameters, this looks good, that's supposed to be one of those moments where you're like, oh, I think he's talking to me. Yes, yes, I'm talking to you. Buy your damn 300 shares, put your stops on, and make some money. You nudnik, what are you waiting for? VWAP break, Andy Dufresne. VWAP break on an earnings report. Come on, the algo just screamed at you. Buy, buy, buy. What were you waiting for? So now if you're in from 47.85, here's your price, right? You got to that print. You're a seller. Some at 48 and a quarter. And now you can put your stop at 48 and just hope for the best. And next thing you know, you're looking for it to go to 48.80. Let's go. Q's new highs, people. We're in a bull market. Let's go. Don't wait for me. Hey, why is it going down now? Because look what it just did. 47.75 got you 48.50. Do you hear that screaming in the distance? Yeah, I hear it. That's the bears saying, but what about the tariffs? China, Trump. Uh-huh. They'll be screaming that for the next 3 months. By the way, this is my new favorite trade of the day. You got to buy hood, gap down on earnings, faux show, range break, bro. Now you got the consolidation break of the VWAP and a test of the VWAP from on top. So now everything that you want to see is happening right now on the hood trade to stay long. So you say, all right, cool. You take something off the table. Now you can't lose. And you raise your stop if you're using stops. And you saw what happened to me on the Microsoft. The better off not putting a stop on as long as you're sitting here, right? Because you're broadcasting to the market where you want to get out. They're like, oh, good, let's go get those shares and move on without them, right? So the breakout price is there. That's 96. You should let it breathe to the 96. And if you bought the 75, like Nudnik over here is supposed to be in at 47.75, you've sold some at 48, 48 and a quarter. Your stop's 96 now, and now you're hoping for it to go back above the 50 and crush the shorts all the way up to where it broke down from, which is 49.35 area, right here. You like that word? I introduced that word to somebody else yesterday. Like, wow, that's a great word. Nudnik. NudnikTrading.com Systems Incorporated. There you go. And all this, it's not even 11 o'clock yet, right? Kind of a boring day, but, right? Profitable. If you tacked on the Eli Lilly trade, phenomenal, right? That was a quick 7 or 8 pointer for you. Decent trade here in the hood. That freaking Z car was insane. And by the way, look. Even this insane stock, what does it do? Half number, whole number. Right? Do you think it's a coincidence that you double top at a whole number and that's where the sellers that's what pre-programmed. Somebody programmed that shit. That's why half numbers, whole numbers, VWAP, range breaks. And next thing you know, it's 30 years later. It's the same trade over and over and over again. That's a $50 fine for mentioning Carvana. Payable is solid jello. Tweet them. I have to ban Carvana now. I fucking hate that stock. I can't believe it went to back. I can't believe it went to $300. So sick. Use new eyes. 100. Well, I mean, it depends. Yeah, I mean, that's why I try to give something for everybody. Even at 100 shares. Yeah. 100 shares, stock goes up 10 points, $1,000. More importantly, if you're not in the hood trade with me, come on. I handed this one to you. Come on. How you doing? So this one you got to be in. This one I was like, hey, look, you could trade an option on this because it's 11 o'clock. The option prices they get compressed around this time. You're getting a decent price. You got a stock that trades at the money, right? Hello. There you go. Adele, where's my option trader, right? So there's the VWAP break. Option was $1.17, and now you're banging them out at $1.80, almost 75% on your money, right? If you're not in this trade, I'm going to come to your house and strangle you. Dave, this should be your last day here. Seriously. Like, I'm sitting here, I'm like, ooh, hood. First VWAP break of the day on a stock that we know is going to 120. Get in. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? You waiting for an invitation to show up in the mail with calligraphy on it? What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? This is the trade this is our trade. You can't be waiting. You can't be debating. There's no debating here. It is happening. Do something. Like Tesla. You're not here to debate whether or not, he's a Nazi or not. Faux show, bro, VWAP break. There's no debate. You're in. You have to be in that hood trade, Dave. You have to be. I mean, that was only trades left on the table that hadn't done anything, right? And then you get a consolidation under the VWAP. Andy Dufresne, even here, channel VWAP break, collision, 1 minute multi-day VWAP collision, and you're not in this thing with some size. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing here? I mean, this is the trade where you make your whole day, not just your day. You're getting paid so heavy. This should be the trade where you're now set up for tomorrow. The stock did you a favor by consolidating for an hour and a half. This is OG VWAP trading. Consolidation under the VWAP on an earnings report, and you got yourself a 1 minute multi-day VWAP collision, and you're not involved? You're not involved? How are you not involved? How are you not involved in this trade? Come on. Sold to you right now. There you go. Where's it going? Bang! What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Sold to you. Now you're out of 80% of this trade. Congratulations. Yeah, look, this is why you buy in the money options. Boom, 115 got you $2 now. Close to 100% on your money right there. You guys watching my show? So now I gotta film this and Now you're going to get a rub you in the face video. Let's call it the non-Dave trade of the day. Like seriously, we saw that trade coming a half an hour ago. Look at it. Perfection. So now what do? Now you sell 80% of it because it just got to where you thought it was going to go. And you say to yourself, well, why can't it go to 50? Exactly. Why can't it go to 50? Why can't it go to 100 today? But you do things at the price where things happened once before. It broke down from there. You just retraced there. You sell, right? You just got a wonderful trade, right? 47.75 got you 49 and change. Boom. Out. 80%. Now you got 20% left. Who gives a shit now? Who cares what happens next? You can let this thing breathe for 75 cents. Don't sell it. So now if you get stopped out at 48.50, so be it. You got to hold this now for the rest of your life because you just crushed. Just made my whole freaking week on that trade. Come on. What are you doing, Dave? Why aren't you buying Tesla? Right? Where's your 100 shares in Tesla? Where's your 200 shares of Hood? What are you waiting for? Like, what was the decision? You said, okay, I'm going to short some Meta, right? Didn't take, you got involved in that one. You saw it, right? You didn't wait for me, but suddenly now you're waiting for me. And then I give you the trade and you're still not putting it on. What are you doing? By the way, if you're wondering who I'm talking to, this is my trader. This is my rookie trader. Trying to make you a real trader, Dave. Stop hesitating. See, that's why you ever want to use a baseball analogy? You ever play baseball? Ever get coached as a baseball player? And the coach is trying to tell you, oh, you want to keep your elbow up? You want to... No, that's all bullshit. Either you know how to hit or you don't know how to hit. Right? Trying to teach people how to hit a baseball is impossible. Shift your weight. Put your arm back. Yeah, you're going to think about all that, right, in a matter of a split second? It's bullshit. Either you know how to hit or you don't know how to hit. See the ball, hit the ball. It's the same thing here. You know this trade works. You know it works. What are you waiting for? Holy shit, there's one of those. Push button. Push button. Come on, bro. You know I'm loving Tesla, right? You know I'm loving Tesla. Then a faux show, bro, VWAP happens, break, and you're not involved? And you want to be my latex salesman? You'll be working at Vandelay Industries. He's not even here now. He went to go take a nap, right? But there's no drop in the ball. Your excuses are your own, right? You got a reason to be alive, right? What's your reason? Your only reason to exist in this world, right, is to help me, right? Not to fuck me up. You are here to help us, not to fuck us up. You know what movie that's from? You should. Glengarry Glen Ross. You have one existence in life. You got your watch list. You know the trade that works. And while I'm doing dumb trades in the Qs and Microsoft, you got to be like, oh, okay. And so you were ready for the meta trade. Then what happened? What happened? And then I spoon feed you the hood. You know I'm buying stock, so you buy the option. What are you waiting for? Oh, I went to buy it at 115 and then we're at 117. Was that your excuse? Well, I didn't want to pay 120. You're buying 4 contracts. It's an extra $20. You were expected to make $1.50 on the trade. Don't let a nickel keep you out of the trade. By the way, Q's new highs. People, Q's new highs. We're never going down. Booby. It's over. It's over for the Bears. They're done. They're cooked. Look where the stock kids is, right? Come on. You got stocks that are tacking on 600%. You know where you'd be right now if you worked at the firm where you would be in the bathroom with the mush right now, Dave. So how about this, right? How about this? I mean, I don't know what more I could have done on the hood trade. Basically saying, here's where you want to buy it. Do I need to say, Dave, please? Is that what he needs? Dave, please buy me the stock? Because let's try that. Dave, please. By the way, if you're not in the queues yet, I mean, what are you doing here, people? What are you doing here? Little buy program there. By the way, that was a blow off top buy program. That was bizarre. See what just happened? New high, and then the candle actually went right back to where it came from. Whoa. Who are you? Why am I here? All right. Who am I? Why am I here? Yeah. Yeah, cool. Tuesday at like 9:05, right before the open for 15 minutes. Pencil me in. And Dave, I'm being nice. Normally I'd be, you're lucky I'm in a good mood. My warlock wings are gonna sprout out of my back, come fly over to your house and drop a freaking nuke on you. By the way, wait till the semis get going and SOXL is ripping in 3-point increments again. Right? Wait till the semis start getting involved in this market. What's going to happen next? We're going to leg up. And we're going to keep legging up. And the same dumb mantra of the shorts. Oh, this is all bullshit. It's a bear market rally. Uh-huh. Sure. Sure. It's always a bear market rally. Those are the best rallies because then they become bull markets. And then we never go down. And next you know, it's 18 months later and the Qs are sitting there at 620 and you're fucking debating whether or not it's a bull market or a bear market. I will never be victimized by a bull market ever again. I'm still licking my wounds from 2012 and 2013. 3 years I was fighting this bullshit. Never again. Speaking of the SOXL people, this is the leverage version of the SOX. This stock's going to be your best friend when it's ripping into the 50s. All right, so that's what we're going to do. All right, so I'll take full responsibility for my actions, as that loser once said. Next time I'll say, Dave, get it right here. Stop hesitating. Right? That's what doesn't make any sense, right? You didn't hesitate on the meta, or you probably did. I don't even know where your entry was, right? But that trade, you're like, oh, I got to take this trade. All right, cool. So what happens? So do you get more nervous to put on another trade because you're like, oh, I did a winning trade. I better quit while I'm ahead? Come on, this is the greatest trading market in the world, man. As long as the setup is there, take the trade. Like, you should be long the Qs. You got a faux show bro on the Qs. What are you waiting for? right? Fake out, shake out, VWAP breakout. Look what's happened since. Come on. Where are you going? 487.50. Remember that conversation? No, nothing. It's 5 points now, right? So if you're looking at the options, right? Where's my option players? Right? We went from not being able to trade options, then we break out, and next thing you know, there it is. Faux show, bro. Your contract was $1.50. Your risk was 50 cents, which is, again, on options, a half, that's 50% of your money, is what it is. That's options trading. But that half, that 50 cents, now you got 150% return. Raccoons. And it's not even 11:30. And you see where the hood, you see where I sold, right? 80% right there. You know why? Because I'm the man. I'm the man. It's crazy. Kenny, how'd you know it was going to start going down at that price? Because something happened at that same price once before. It's rules, baby. It's rules. You consistently follow the rules, like covering my cues. I was short the cues twice today, and both times, because of rules, I was like, oh, fuck, I got to get out. Ooh, wait, we're rolling over. Oh, no, we're not. I got to get out. And I should have hit the button twice, but, you know, I'm still long in my other account. I'm not. You would not get me out of the queue. I think we're going to be at 499 probably by tomorrow. So sick to even say that out loud, but it's crazy. And by the way, tonight's Thursday. I'm going to tell you right now, if the market's stable tomorrow, we're going to be buying puts in the UVXY because it's going to tank 2.5 more points tomorrow. So if by some chance in hell the market's not going up tomorrow, we'll address that. But chances are the market's going up tomorrow. And UVXY is going to crater because it craters on Mondays and Fridays. And if it craters tomorrow, it's probably going to be looking at 27.50 tomorrow, right? So tomorrow, because it's options expiration, it's the only time you can trade options on UVXY, like last Friday's 10-bagger, right? So tomorrow, you don't want to buy them tonight, but these $29 puts tomorrow will be a nickel or a dime. And if we break down, chances are we're going to 27.50 tomorrow, they'll be worth 2.50. You're getting them at a dime or 15 cents, it's 2,000% of your money. So start factoring that in. I will be looking to short UVXY tomorrow. Enter. All right, I'm going to take that hood money and run, and I'm going to go eat some breakfast. All right, don't get chopped up. We just turned what was a boring kind of day into a pretty damn good day. That hood trade rocked. You know, I'm still long the cues. I'm swinging the cues. So I don't really plan on selling today, but I'm dying to sell because this is insane. I mean, to see them at 486 even is it's just mind blowing in a way. As much as it's not mind blowing because I've seen this whole scenario play out 1,000 times, it's still amazing that we just rallied from 395 to 485 in 3 weeks. People were writing their theses about the bull market being over. Trump, blah, 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 tariffs, blah, 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 blah. Oh, 2025, the year that ended the bull market. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. Shh, they're all ripping that shit up. They felt so smart about it. Oh, man, oh, recession. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. Remember, every bear's got a plan until you get punched right in the face, right? So look, this day we just missed the upper target by 35 cents. Really, if you're just in it for the day trade, you got to look at 485 as your only out. So right there, you see that pivot? That's right. That's probably 85 right there, right? 85.36. You see how you broke from there and then you tested it? That's where you're probably going to come back down to on some profit taking. And that's the only reason to sell. So right now, if you sold into this move, great. You hang in there. Because right now, I'm probably holding the cues into the numbers. Because even if we gap down tomorrow, we're probably going to find love and go up. I don't see any reason to get out. But again, I don't like holding, I don't want to be too exposed going into Apple, Amazon night. I'd rather be liquid. But right now, I got no reason to get out. You know what? Now, I want to put a stop on. If it goes right to this price, I'm going to freak out because it's so far away. I'm going to put a stop on. I got 300 shares. I'll sell 100 at 85.36. I'm looking at the money puts tomorrow on UVXY. You don't want to trade them the night before. What we're hoping for is a sucker gap down, just like yesterday. So if we can get a sucker gap down, like Amazon reports bad earnings and Apple, blah, 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 whatever, right? They throw something at the market gaps down, UVXY is green. Then we want to see UVXY roll over, Apple and Amazon catch bids, and then crush everybody like yesterday. So there's no reason to buy them today because you don't know, and they're still jacked up. But tomorrow, it's options expiration. The premiums come down. We trade for what the market's telling us. And usually, right now I'm hoping they stay above 29 all day. So if they gap up, we're looking at $29 puts tomorrow for that day for maybe 10 or 15 cents. We roll over and we give back, I think we go to 27.50 on UVXY tomorrow. And those options will be worth 250, and hopefully we pay, under 20 cents for at least a 10 bagger. And at 20 cents, you could afford to buy yourself, maybe 50 contracts. Last week wasn't better because we had them. Then they had some bullshit move in the middle of the day with $30 puts. They went right back to a nickel, got them again, and they went to 50 cents. It was a 10 bagger. And more so. And they actually went lower. What the hell's my account? So Dave, is that what you need? Pretty please with icing on top? Can you get me involved in this damn trade? Is that what you need? Stop hesitating, right? Like if I don't want you in a trade, I'll say specifically, like Eli Lilly, I didn't want you trading that. I thought I was kind of clear on that hood trade. Well, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you, remember when Gecko's talking to Buddy? He gives him the parameters. Buy it up to this price. Don't pay any more. Set your stops. That's how we'll do it. So if the option contract's 115, don't be afraid to pay 120 or 125. Especially if you're thinking a stock's about to move $2 or $1. That nickel or dime shouldn't keep you out of the trade. You know what I'm saying? All right, chances are the Qs are going to go down. I put a stop in. Let's see. Let's see if they want my 100 shares, right? So 85.36. Watch, it's going to go right to the price. Because for some reason, my 100 share lots control the fate of the entire stock market. So why did I put it that price? Right here. That little pivot area. See that price right there? Right underneath. So there's one candle right there, and two. Actually, that's the same price. See that right there? That's 36. See that price? That's 38. See this price? It's 40. Significant. So I go right under there. And I want to get stopped out because I'd like to lock into some of this trade, you know. So I don't mind. 85.35. I'm not selling all of it. But I don't really want to hold anymore. I mean, we won. This is the sickest. This is so much more than I thought. You know. And I don't want to sell because I think Tuesday's high is my out for the whole thing. We break under Tuesday's high, which was 470, 476.38, I think. Then it's a little bit different ballgame. Prior high breaks. Where is it? Yeah. I'm like a fucking savant with these prices in my head, right? I was off by 4 cents. Sorry. So you see where we petered out that day, but then we broke yesterday through that. Let me show you on a 5-minute candles, so you'll see it better. Bump it down, Scooby Doo, blah blah blah. You know what? I'll really compress it. I'll give you an hourly candles right there. So that's it. That faux show, bro. New high break. If you're swinging, that's where you're swinging from. And obviously, if you're swinging from where I'm swinging from, that's 443.14, baby. How you doing? And see how they're coming for me. See, I put a stop on. I ruined it for everybody. Look, it's going right to my price. Look, it's searching for me right here. Look, look. Unfucking believable. I control the entire market. Just look fucking crazy. Look. You guys can't say I just didn't make that happen now, right? Look. I just put a stop at 485.36. Where did it just go to? It's not funny. But that's cool. I'm out. I'm not selling all of it, but I would actually be I wouldn't bite your head off if you want to dump the rest of whatever you got if you break under VWAP. But look how it went to my freaking price as soon as I put the order in. You think I'm nuts? You just witnessed it. Right? He knows. This guy knows. He knows, right? Right on time. Right? What time is it? Must be 11:30, right? Did Johnny fall down the well? Ready? And it's the same shit every day. My dog rolls in around 11:30 every morning and looks at me like, let's go. All right. All I got left is my swing trade on the Qs, and I'm not going to sell any more of it. But that's hilarious, right? All right. It's been a fun 2 hours. Started off kind of grindy and awful, but hey, that hood trade was pretty damn good. I wish I would have traded some of that Z car. The kids was pretty sick. Qs were awesome. All right, everybody, all right? This is what we do every day. And you haven't met, some of you guys haven't even met Solid Jello. I don't even know what happened yesterday. It was Dave, and Minotaur and Solid Jello who ran the room yesterday. Hope you guys had the sickest day ever, because that was the greatest trading ever. And I was just watching from my phone. I was like, oh, there it is, faux show, bro. Me and Mike were sitting there going, oh, there's the buy. All right, 465.50. Next thing you know, 467.50, 471.50. I was like, all right, cool. Next thing you know, we went green. Oh my God, wait a second. Maybe my price was a pretty good sell. So get this. I'm trying to schmooze, I guess. Vosenheimer. You guys know Vos, right? Love the Vos. I'm gonna try to get her to come in and do some time with us, a couple times a week. Because she's more of a trade the close, so she's got some time in the middle of the day. Just try to butter her up, maybe send her a bottle of tequila or something. But yeah, just to keep, get a couple of new voices in here, people I can trust. I'm gonna go see what Kimmy's doing. She was awesome. Plus, I love surrounding myself with good-looking women. How you doing? Remember Kimmy? What was her name? What was her last name? She was awesome. She did the VWAP princess. What was her name? Kimmy. I keep thinking Kimmy Gibbler, but it's not Kimmy Gibbler. She used to work with JC. She was actually doing the morning show. She trades exactly like how we trade. I want to get her. I want to try to get her in here. Kimmy Gibbler, yeah. And then, obviously we'll get Nos to come in, maybe Dave X, Fazoon X over here, right? You get on the microphone. Maybe that's what you need. Maybe Dave, you should be on the mic. Right? Maybe that's what you need. What's up? Kimmy Gibbler? Let's see what her name was. Kim. Well, she called herself the VWAP princess. She was one of the first people to use VWAP. She was using it back in the day when she was just an institutional trader. Kimmy VWAP. Kimmy V. What was her name? Nobody remembers her? She was awesome. I don't know. I could just ask. Hey, what was that girl that called herself the VWAP princess? Kim? She was doing the morning show with you a couple of years ago. Sokolov! There you go. That's her. Yes. Yeah, I gotta go reach out to her. Because I'd like to get, again, just a couple of, again, just to give me a little bit more of a break and keep the content going. I like it when we have always something going on. I mean, there are times where it's better off you don't hear anything and you should take a break. Like right this second. This is always a great time. When my dog comes to visit around 11:30, usually it's the dog's telling you, hey, maybe we should go outside with the dog for a little while. And listen, if you participated in those last couple of trades, I mean, this hood trade was awesome. All right, I'm gonna go hang with my dog. I'll be back because I got nowhere to be. I'm gonna see what's up with the DJ. So normally what we do tonight, I play Grateful Dead between 6 and 8. and then I come on, we schmooze from like 8 to 9:30, 9:45, and then I have a DJ come on, and then we dance the night away till about 11. Sometimes our friend Solid shows up. And then we dance the night away, right? What song will come on next? What's my DJ telling us? Ooh, nice. All right, on that note, I'm going to go eat some breakfast. I'll be back, but as the guy from the TikTok video says, it's a great day. Don't fuck it up. Right? Wasn't as amazing as yesterday, but we could make money on any day there is, man. Just following the rules, VWAP breaks. Some days are better than others. Some days, I thought today might be a sucky kind of day for a second there, but trades find us. That's the way it works. All right, and now I don't mind getting stopped out of some of these queues, right? Maybe the trade's over. You know, maybe I dump the whole thing, and then we'll do it again tomorrow. I'm more liquid, you know, I don't plan to start building portfolios now, you know. All right? I'll see you. You want me to leave the music on? What do you want to do? All right, I'm just going to go. I'm going to shut it off. All right, be careful out there. Don't grind yourself out of a good day. By the way, that hood trade, right? If you're still in it, right? Look at it flirted with that price. It didn't get us out. So if you're still in it, you know, a lot easier to let it chop around when you've sold near the highs, right? What a great trade that was. Bang, 80% out. You got 20% left over. Now 48.50, you sell the rest if it happens. Peace. Hey, so you see what happens when I leave? The freaking Microsoft, they could have done it again. Talk about grinding out a day. Microsoft short, there's that same exact trade, 32.50 back to 29. You know, that was the same exact trade. And the Qs, not a bad stop now, right? Selling some at 85.36. And look where it went. VWAP break, back to the same red line I drew way back over here because that's significant in the morning, 82.50. And where does it go back to? 82, where did it go? 82.50. So what I'm hoping for is that the market sells off today. Everybody starts getting excited about it maybe going down. Everybody gets nervous about Apple and Amazon. Apple and Amazon maybe mildly disappoint. We get a little sell off at the beginning tonight into tomorrow morning. Catch the shorts napping again and crush their freaking heads in a vice like yesterday. But for now, I'm going to go enjoy the outside because I didn't put any of these trades on because I was sitting here hanging with my dog eating oatmeal. So if you just did take some of these, you know, reversion trades, fantastic. I heard Eli Lilly was insane. What happened? Holy moly! Holy shit! Talk about taking 5 points and using a stop at 840, helping. Oh my lord. Did you short this? Wow. Oh my god. On that note, damn. I mean, seriously, look at that. I mean, if you just kept your stop at VWAP, look how much it saved you. Not only did it lock into your profitable trade if you bought it at that 835, it just saved you 40 points. Holy shnikes. That's awesome. I'll just assume everybody fell into a coma. All right. I'll be back. What's up? Free is always better than anything that charges you. But I don't like IB because their customer service was awful. I never was able to get anybody on the phone. And the commission structure was always different. Some days they would charge me one price and then charge me a different price. It seemed like I didn't like that place at all. I actually closed my account. But Schwab, yeah, Thinkorswim. I use Thinkorswim just for the charts, but we do trade on it. But if you want to just use level twos and good executions, Trade Zero is good. It's free. The platform is free if you have $25,000 in the account. But what I don't understand is your question. Does anybody have any thoughts about preferred platform and if the commissions on EV are worth the trade and the algo trade priority? If you're trading algorithms and you're implementing through, I hear IB is actually pretty good if you're implementing your own algo and auto trader. I don't know if that's what you're asking, but if you're just trading on your own, Trade Zero is great. Thinkorswim's awesome. At this point, you shouldn't pay for commit. You shouldn't pay for trades. And by the way, is anybody short the Qs now? These trades just evolved. The Microsoft and the Qs, the trades that we were looking at before. Now you just got confirmation of reasons to short. Finally, the day just began. We just began a whole new day. So Microsoft and the Qs, the trades that didn't really work so well before, now you got much better results. If anybody was paying attention. Yeah, UVXY is going up this time also. So market's setting up for what I'm hoping. Get everybody to short again. Apple, Amazon gets out of the way. Dip, rip. Maybe get a faux show bro again tomorrow on options expiration. Perfect. Right? All right. But yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about platforms, call my friends over at Trade Zero, mention my name, and they'll charge you twice as much. What? But yeah, let me know. Trade Zero, good place to start. All right, I'll be right back. Actually, I'll be right back. All right, I'll be right back to everybody. I got a thing now. All right.